Manitoba Derby. It's Matt's Broken Pal back to Bonanza down to the rail in your expedient. The stretch approaching the wire, and it's going to be Smuggler's Hold to take the 2009 Manitoba Lottery Derby. To the outside, Stachys continues to go on with it, and Stachys is going to pull the upset. He's drawing away to win the Manitoba Lottery Derby Championship. Across the track, deep stretch, Hammers pulling, big blue caboose. Hammers pulling, the Canterbury Invader takes the 63rd renewal of Manitoba Lottery. But they're a long way from home, baby. Beluga Ball proves it's no fluke. He's back on track. He destroys them in the 64th renewal of Manitoba Lottery.
Narco, but Assembly Hall is going to get it done in the Manitoba Lottery's Derby. Second, enormous strides, Street Prancer coming to the wire. It's going to take the Manitoba Derby. Flashy Jewel wins six. One more try. Flashy Jewel is going to hang on. But it's inside straight. He's gonna do it in here. Escape quad trying to battle back, but Pineapple is the 16 pole. Sky Promise is gonna take in the Derby. Oil money, he can't go around it. It's the unusual Mongolian win takes the 72nd running of the Manitoba Derby. West Princess very far outside. Yeah, baby, she is gonna do it.
The Manitoba Jockey Club acknowledges that we are on Treaty 1 territory, and that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Ojibwe, Dakota, and Dene peoples, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this land.
And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries, Day 7 on the racing calendar. Let's take a quick look back at yesterday's racing action. Who was hot? Well, jockey Chavi and Chow was. He had 2 wins, and that moved him up to second behind Jorge Carreno, who has the lead with 7 wins. Him and Stanley Chady Jr. at 5, Ronaldo Cumberbatch and Antonio Whitehall at 4. On the trainer side, Carl Anderson with a good day. He had 2 wins, but Jerry Gorno is on top with 5, with Lee Pruitt right behind. Jared Brown, Wendy Anderson, and Marvin Buffalo all tied at 3, and it's great to see these trainers and jockeys battling early on. We've seen a big spread last year early on, and then it just went out through the season. Jerry Gorno and Jorge Carreno, they ran away with their titles. Stretch, what have you seen in the first 6 days?
Yeah, I kind of compared the first 6 from this year to last year, and based on just pure numbers, we got it about 3 to 4 lengths faster in this competition. So that tells you really need to get your horses in top shape to beat some of them. The invaders, some invaders have come in, have not done that well. Some have excelled because of the competition. So it's the competition's excellent. Here it's harder now to win. The fields are bigger. The jockeys have to basically give some good rides, and we saw some excellent rides just yesterday, but all meet long. Some just solid waiting at the right time or getting the lead and kind of outsmarting the other one. So absolute great way to start. I think only things are going to continue. You see the big card today. We have the pick 4. There's actually 38 horses in the 4 races alone, so you're over nine horses per race. It's a great sequence. I think you're going to get a good payout. But I've got it tonight, though, Kirt.
Oh, you're finally going to get one? Well, I haven't got one either. So this could be the night. And if you do, it is going to be a great payout. A lot of competitive races in that sequence of the pick 4. But let's kick off the card with the maiden race. 4 3-year-old fillies. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. A field of 5 in here. Stretch. Who do you like?
Well, I think we've got a jump off the page horse in the first. I don't really need to sell it to too many. It shows everything here. This horse had a solid race in a stakes race. Very competitive. Smart move by Michael not to put his horse in yesterday's race and pick this spot. He would have been up against it. He's found a great spot back with the maidens, controlling speed, gate to wire. Similar race wins it. I'm expecting about 1 to 5, maybe as high as like 240 is about all you're going to get. But it is what it is. I'm going to go as a second choice. Is the 1 horse favorite. Reason is I think the horse is going to be sitting in a nice spot. The last race was okay. For me, it is wide open, but I just like that the horse has showed something. And then my third selection, with a small chance, I guess, the 3 horse coming from Tampa Bay. It's got to run equally, but it goes through the 2. I'll call it 2-1-3, but for me, it's all 2.
Yeah, Michael Knoll did pick a really nice spot because in the Chantilly yesterday, this was the prep race, the Electric Fever. Chantilly ran yesterday, and a maiden did win it. A maiden no more burrowed down in a sizzling 1:11-3. Stanley Chady Jr. on for trainer Murray Duncan, and she is going to be a superstar here at Assiniboia Downs the way she ran. I agree with you on number 2, Fingertip. This horse ran really good and tried all the way down the lane. Got tired at the 16th pole, but that wasn't bad against the stakes caliber horses. Now goes back against maidens, so that's why the top selection. But I do like a couple of the invaders coming in. Number 5, Miami Souvenirs. This is a real interesting one. Not a lot of early speed on this horse, but the last time it has sprinted, it was only beaten by 5 lengths, 5th beaten 5.5. The other 2 sprint races going 5.5. 5th beaten 5, 6th beaten 6. So was in it at the end, and that was going today's distance. So this is going to be easier company than it's been seeing. And Jen Jordan just unleashed one of these horses the other day. Go Start at 25-1 and got it done. So Miami Souvenirs, I think, can run a big race. And number 3, White Rose Spirit. Here's a horse that could be showing speed. Showed it at Tampa 3 outs ago, going 7 furlongs. Had the lead easily by 2 in solid early fractions. Showed speed a little bit at Canterbury in its last start, but then ended up getting beat by 16 3/4. But the winner won by 12 3/4, so was only 4 lengths off it and did show some early speed. This is another horse that I like coming to Assiniboia Downs, and wouldn't surprise me if it ran a big one. And you're probably going to get good odds, so I'm taking 2, 5, and 3. Now we're going to carry on to race number 2, another maiden allowance race, 4 3-year-olds. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Stretch, what do you got in here?
Yeah, I've got a few in here that can win it. I've landed on the 5 as my top selection. It's had a poor start last time, rushed up the rail, and then tired to lose third. What worries me is the horse has had a bunch of starts. I would have liked to seen this horse finish a little bit better in that field, but that's okay. It's a must-use for sure. My second selection is the one, this Storm Belief. I do like this one quite a bit, and it certainly can beat the 5. Is it had a wide trip, but I really like the gallop out after the race. I like to watch that early on the meet. The horse only had 1 start, and it seemed like the horse kept trying and going forward. So I expected the horse to improve. Is it going to be enough improvement to beat the 5? We'll find out. And then the other one, we've got some first-time starters in here, has only had 1 start. And I've decided I like the 3 the best as my third selection, mainly because the horse has a workout since the last race. And so that really shows me that there's going to be even more room for improvement. you never know with these first-time starters. Or sorry, I'll get it right yet. One started once. Second start could improve that much more. I've got it 5-1-3, but I've even boxed my picks of the 5-1-3.
Yeah, I'm with you on the 5 livery, man. This horse absolutely walked out of the gate and was dead last in the field, rushed up to get in contention, was right there, and then ended up tiring inside the 16th pole. I think this horse ran a really good race, and if it can get out of the gate, this will be the horse that'll be on the front end. And if that is the case, speed has been dominant. It wasn't so dominant yesterday because it was a money racetrack, but you go back to Monday, first 6 races, all wire to wire. 7th race, there was a meltdown on the front end, and the closers were able to get there. So I really like Livery Man to get the job done. I also like number 2, Looking at Arlo. How could I like this horse? 10th all the way around, beaten by double digits, didn't do anything. But if you watch the replay, this horse got the worst bang out of the gate and absolutely knocked it off stride, pushed it out the back door. This horse was probably 20 lengths behind early. And when you are 20 lengths behind, do you try your hardest to maybe get 6th or 7th? No, you don't. Plain and simple, I don't care which jockey it is, unless you're on Secretariat in a maiden race, you are not trying your hardest. You're waiting for next time, trying not to hurt the horse. Give him a little, and I think Looking at Arlo just might be that kind of a horse. It is a Florida bred, so throw that first race out. I think you're going to get odds on this horse today. Livery Man, I expect really low odds, so this could be a great exactor, and I do like number 1, Strong Belief. I don't think this horse has a lot of speed. It'll be a late rallyer trying to get there. But if Looking at Arlo and Livery Man, they go battling it out or even just chasing each other around, they can run 1-2. And I'm just throwing the 1, Strong Belief in as a third choice. So I'm 5-2-1. Now we're carrying on to race number 3, a maiden 5,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Stretch. Zen High. What do you think?
Yeah, for me, it's the 6. Or you need many others. We both have the same selection for second, but it's a clear top pick for me. Excellent first race at this level. Battled right to the wire, and maybe there's a little bit of other speed, but I don't think anything hangs around long enough. I think this horse, they battle a little, but just this horse will just keep going. Again, unfortunately, a low price. You're going to have to find a way to take advantage of it. Maybe we'll see a Kirt trifecta or something in this race. Who knows? For me, then, after that, it becomes kind of searching for second selection. I can't just say all for second. So I'll go to this 1 horse. I talked about this horse a little bit last time, giving it another chance. I like that. I commented about the special weight coming in for another start. Got out, not great, but actually finished with some run. And I think the horse is going to improve even a little bit more, and it kind of completes the exactor. If you got a big favorite on top, you better find some kind of price to help it pay, and that's what I've done. My third selection, again, kind of searching, is the 3 horse with Jerry Gorno training. I like the 5 furlong work a few back at Lone Star, so I've kind of switched the 1 and 3 on my selections, but I will stay with the 6-1-3. Kirt?
Yeah, I'm with you on the 6 Zen High. Ran a huge race last time out. But what happened in that race was on the outside, put pressure on a couple horses on the inside, trying to cut towards the rail, and did a chain reaction. And the horse that got the worst of it was number 2, Don't Blame Coco. Had to check and come back out to the back of the field. So that's why the horse ended up being disqualified. But I think the horse has all the speed today, and there really isn't speed in here anywhere else. So I think Zen High controlling speed takes it. But I do like Stretch's number 1, Sins and Wins. I watched that replay real close this morning, and I seen Don't Blame Coco as a 2 horse. Sins and Wins was the 1, just like today. And Don't Blame Coco pushed Sins and Wins to the inside where the little gap is as they hit the main track and had to steady a bit, come back out. But this horse finished with a lot of late run, and that's what I liked, that the horse can get out better and a clean trip. I think he'll show late run in here at a big price. And my third selection, I went to number 5, Zebo. Yes, the horse has been off quite some time, since 2020. But if you look back at those Turf Paradise and Golden Gate races, there's a lot to like in those in this field. and Bill Mooney can get them ready to go. So that's why I took 6, 1, and 5. Now we're going to carry on to race number 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering, a $5,000 maiden claimer for 3-year-olds and up, 5.5 furlongs. Stretch, what do you got?
Okay, yeah, a few can win it in here. I did change my top pick a few times, but then when I kept handicapping and looked at it even closer, I did come up with a horse that I like quite a bit, and that is the 7. Yes, it's coming from Woodbine. 2 of them won yesterday, quite handily, actually.
Both Carl Andersons, yeah.
Yeah, and so I think this one it's a 4-year-old versus some 3-year-olds in here. I think that nobody really closes that much. So this horse is going to get the lead, hands down getting the lead. And so, yes, the horse will be begging for the wire. Maybe we might hear that from Kirt, and I'll be trying to push him along. But the other ones just don't have that closing kick. So I think the extra bit going to 5.5 won't be that big of a deal simply because the other ones are not true closers. Now, I will go to the 8 is my second choice, mentioned almost my top selection. Horse came out of the gate sideways, and actually if finished higher up, probably would have been disqualified after that break. Made a nice move on the turn, and then I felt that the horse should have got maybe 3rd or 4th, and didn't. So a few too many horses passed it. So I'm a little hesitant, hoping the horse can get the extra distance, or the 7 just can't get the distance at all. So that's my second selection. And the third one, same level as last week. Basically, the horse you'll show, if you watch the replay, showed speed early, drop back, came again. It's called the Z pattern. And I do like that kind of horse when they show it, just to try to come back on. So I was impressed with that, but it was in for 5. So I'll go 7, 8, 5. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 7, Preach a Little Gospel. Blazing speed on this horse as a 3-year-old. Tested older horses in all 3 starts. And when the horse did fade, it didn't fade to the back of the field, 7th and 7th. There were only 7-horse fields. He faded back to 3rd the second time, and then 5th. But what it brings to the track, blazing speed. And if the track plays, which it's fast right now, anything like it did on Monday, this horse is going to be in cruise control. And I think I'll have a big enough lead to hang on for the win. I do like number 8, Hannigan, who out of the gate did an exit stage right, took out a couple of horses, and ended up being disqualified because of that, as it did run, or it didn't get disqualified because the other horses did beat it. So it ended up running 7th. But Hannigan does have some good races at Turf Paradise, so that's why I have it in 2nd. And I threw number 4, Tribal Conference, in for 3rd. I like that race at Golden Gate, 4th beaten 4 for maiden 8,000. And then it went over to Turf Paradise. Maiden 75, showed a little bit of speed before backing up, but the winner won by many. The second place horse came back to win, so maybe that was a little bit of a key race. So I'm going to leave it right like that, 7, 8, and 4. Now we're going to carry on to race number 5. Our lone scratch on the card, the 9 Skyview, for this $5,000 claimer for fillies, mares 3 and up that are non-4 lifers, going 5.5 furlongs. Stretch, what do you have in this one?
Okay, again, had quite a few horses, and then the more I started handicapping, got it more narrowed down here, and it is a competitive race, but I think I found something here, and that's the 1 horse. We got the Turf Paradise rail speed. There is some other speed, but I think this horse, she has potentially the most if she wants it. She does, I think, if you look closely, doesn't have to have the lead. She has come off the pace. Look at 2 back, where she absolutely crushed the horses at the non-3, but moving up. But still, that's a standard thing. Impressive right to the lead. And then the last time, if you watch, it was hung out wide, didn't get any breather, and it was, again, another tougher field. So going from outside to inside, not Turf Paradise speed in here. So that one could go gate to wire, like I said. If somebody quarter horse is out, could just take over anyway. 8 was almost my top selection in here. I expect this horse to sit back and make a run late. You notice it raced against Fox Appeal. Fox Appeal has the back class. That was Jared Brown's horse that he put in and found a spot, kind of a soft spot that couldn't get claimed and crushed. Just a little bit too much for that field. It was a really fast run race for that level. So I think gets the right trip. Could take over late if the 1 gets caught in the duel. And then my last one is the 3. I liked how the horse looked good last time. It was a bit of a weaker field, but again, big duel could set the horse up. But I'm going to go 183, Kirt.
Yeah, Stretch, my top selection, same as yours, Thrills Legacy. Speed on the inside. And the reason I went to this horse even more was with the scratch of number 9, Skyview, took the predominant other speed out of the race. Yes, Bayal does have speed and could press a little. Zig has a little bit of speed, but this one has some real good speed. Thrills Legacy gets the inside. Neville Stevenson, he likes to put horses on the engine to go, and the workouts say this horse is ready, has that winter conditioning. I think this is the horse to beat. My long shot for second, number 2, Don't Get Smart. If you're going to watch a replay, watch this one, because early on the horse gets pushed back a little, had to check, ended up being last, but then made a big move down the lane and then got absolutely stopped by a horse that was tiring. And I think this horse would have gained a little bit more, gets a half a furlong more, which is really going to help Don't Get Smart. So another bomber to throw in. And I do like number 3 back in that action. This is a horse that took advantage of his tiring speed horse in Storm Squall, which we just keep picking and running second. And it looks like the horse is going to win at the 8th pole, but not at the 16th pole. But back in that action, ran a really good race. And a duplicate race of that one in a stalking role. This horse will be close to those leaders that are tiring. So you got to throw him in. That's why I took 1, 2, and 3. Now we're going to carry on to race number 6, an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for the boys 3 and up. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. And this first level allowance this year, Stretch, we split it the first time we ran it. And there's just a bunch of these horses and make for great competitive racing.
Absolutely. Just take note. You said we select Storm Squall. That would be you select Storm Squall. I've learned my lesson a few back. But if you want to put us together, that's fine.
I like a good place bet.
That's fine. Yeah, for sure. Back to this race because we're on to the race 6. You're absolutely right. What a competitive group of horses. We're going to see this all year, or probably all year long, because there are so many of them and they can run against each other. So I'm excited about that. In fact, we've landed on the same horse. Even though we both have the same horse, I think it's extremely competitive. I think Kirt probably saw the same thing I did. The horse closed a bunch last time out when normally...
With a rush.
With a rush. Very good. Is that what you called with a rush in the race?
Yeah, I kind of like that one.
Okay, good stuff. Normally this horse is much closer. And so it didn't state in the past in the form about how it was kind of a slow break. It just kind of said save ground. So that's something I do like. Rewatch the replay. Needs to get out a little bit though. Hope if that happens, I think the horse is going to be extremely tough to beat. Kind of sit the horse just maybe in second or third and go from there if you need to. Now from there, it kind of became wide open who I'm going to take for second and third, and that was between about 4 or 5 horses. I landed on the 2 horse, yes, another Woodbine horse, and I'm okay to say I've learned from my mistakes in the meet so far. After probably 3 or 4 of them at least have won, I was not backing them. That's fine. I'm jumping on the bandwagon until it gets cold.
In the past, Woodbine horses haven't done that well here.
Correct. And so maybe for whatever reason, this year's different. So you don't want to live on a few-year-old myth and stick with it. I think too many people do. So I'm going to go to the 2. I think this horse might go right to the lead. Yes, there'll be some pressure, but I think this horse has the potential to handle it. Has some nice class in there and showing some speed at high level at Woodbine, even going 7, but has been close to the lead with some quick fractions. So I think that horse has a chance. And then the 5 horse ran a really nice first out race. Yes, did have a good trip, but I think the horse is going to get the same trip and improve. Getting a morning line of 7-1. I think you have to use them. I've got it 1, 2, 5. A few others in there, but 1's my top selection. Kirt?
Yeah, I see a pile of speed in here. The 2, 3, 4, 8, and 9 all possess early speed. Even though the 8 and 9 didn't show it last time out, they have it in their bottom form. Expect their forms probably to improve, at least one of them. So that's another speed horse to add in. But Wicked Fortitude came with a rush at the end. and pretty well just ran out of ground as Eddie Forever took the inside route and was well meant that day to get the win. Jorge Carreño jumps aboard, the top rider in the Jared Brown barn. So I expect this horse to run really well. Number 5, Golden Eyed, was kind of used up on the pace, battled every step of the way, and then maybe sometime the 7 picked up the pieces of Golden Eyed, who ended up tiring. I think today Praven Badri doesn't go to the lead. He sits in a stalking position, and we know the horse does have good enough speed to get close. So if he's stalking and gets the first shot at him, instead of using himself like he did last time out, because he had a lot of horse underneath him, but just got caught, I think Golden Eye, huge chance to win. And I also like number 4, Shooting Money. If you're looking for the speed of the speed, that just might be it. Was beaten by the 5 and 7 last time out after battling throughout, but I like how he put everybody else away. So I'm throwing him for third, 1, 5, and 4. Now we carry on to race number 7, a $5,000 claimer for the boys, 3 and up. They're going to go 7 furlongs. Stretch. Wow, what a way to end it.
No kidding. Let's close it out with the tough race to pick a winner. Finally, you're taking a different selection than I am. The first 6, we had the exact same top selections, different for second and third. So either we're both going to be having a good week, or we're heading to the car to get our change, the change in the car to
yeah,
make
I got a little bit in there.
I threw in a just in case. So extremely tough to pick a winner here. There's 11 horses. It's a little expensive to hit the all button in the pick 4, but who knows if you can key earlier. I'm going to start by saying I don't trust my own picks in here. I actually looked at Kirt's last race. I very rarely look at his picks, and I looked at his race to see who he had. I did include it in some pick 4s, but I didn't pick it as a top selection. So don't quote me on my picks today. Don't say, oh, you don't know what you're doing. Well, this race I barely do, because I'm going to take the 4 horse. And the reason I took the 4 horse, this horse won first out going. Yes, it was at a lower level, but did win first out last year. Is 10 of 14 at 5.5, 6 furlong distance. So I do like that. I think his potential get a nice trip here. Tom sneakingly gets horses ready at times. The works are kind of irrelevant for him. That's not his specialty. That's my top selection. Then I took the 6. I took him last time. I didn't like that selection as soon as he came out of the gate, but I'm going to go back to him. Could clear. It is 5.5. That's about the max he can get to steal it. And then I'll take the 10. It's easy. He is 10 thirds. Why not? First over the track, runs evenly. 4, 6, 10. Kirt?
Yeah, I have Hot Rod in the same spot. A lot less speed than last time out. The horse that he battled with or kind of chased after, Contraband, ended up winning yesterday, going 5.5 furlongs in impressive fashion, battling down the lane. But Hot Rod just might be able to get loose. But can he go the distance? That's a question mark. I just don't like the way he didn't fight like he usually does. But if you're loose speed on the track, you are dangerous. My top selection in here, number 11, Bumble El Gato. Yeah, 11 hole. But the good thing about this horse, doesn't need the lead. He could sit just off of it on the outside. And when you're on the backside, even though if you're way out 6, 7 wide, you're not losing any ground as it is a straightaway. As long as he's not 5, 6 wide on the turn. This horse was a winner first time out. And that was a great race, beating Whitlove's Taco and Bevolution. Yes, it was only for non-3, but the horse ran well all year last year. 3 for 5 in the money. First level allowance, he ran 6, 75 wide open, was 6 beaten 6, but Silver Spun was the massive favorite in there. With the little bit of speed that is in here, maybe to set it up, Bumble Elgato, I think at a big price can get it done. The other horse I like, number 2, Simple Man. Look at those workouts down in Turf Paradise. 45 and 4, 45 and 1. Wow, those are sizzlers. And yes, I know it's Turf Paradise, but you don't see that a lot. Horses going that quick unless they're stake horses. And this one doesn't need the lead. Can come from just off of it. So I like Simple Man as a little long shot. Throw in Witt's Dollar Night, who's always competitive, was 7 for 16. Maybe needed the winter off. But I'm like Stretch, I could hit the all button, and that's the only way I'd be confident. But I'm 11, 6, and 2. Good luck with all your wagers, and I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Carter Racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 7-race card racing. Turning your programs to race number 1, just some overweights, and they're on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 2, there are no changes. Turning your programs to race number 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. Number 3, Suede, will run on first-time lay 6. Number 7, Victoriaville, will not run on lay 6. Once again, race number 3, number 3, Suede, will run on lay 6. Number 7, Victoriaville, will not run on lay 6. The Pick 5 carryover, just over $54,000. Now turning your programs to race number 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed Pick 4 wagering. Number 2, Latat, make the jockey Dwight Lewis. As Caleb Pizarro is off all our mounts in race 4, number 2, Latat, make the jockey Dwight Lewis. Now turning your programs to race number 5. In race 5, scratch number 9, Skyview. That's in race 5, scratch the 9, Skyview. Now turning your programs to race number 6. In race 6, number 4, Shootin' Money, make the jockey Chavi and Chow. That's race number 6, number 4, Shootin' Money, will now be ridden by Chavi and Chow. Now turning your programs to race number 7, our Jackpot High 5 race of the evening. Number 7, Jovial Destiny, the ownership should read Glenda Frank. That's in race 7, number 7, Jovial Destiny, the owner, Glenda Frank. The Jackpot High 5 carryover just over $2,900. Well, we got cloudy skies with a little rain in the distance. It's mostly cloudy.
You can just see Stretch. He's hanging on just a little bit in there.
Don't worry, I'm going to cover you up, Stretch, in a couple hours. Temperature 22 degrees Celsius or 72 degrees Fahrenheit. And the track is listed as fast, a fast racetrack for this evening's 7-race card racing. We're going to kick it off right here in race 1 that goes to post in 20 minutes. And thank you for joining us this evening. Be sure to play Winnipeg's ultimate Chase Ace game with prizes for more than just the Jackpot Ace. Tickets for Chase Ace are $5 and available in the lobby until 9 p.m. The draw takes place at about 9:30. The current jackpot is over $1,000. Now on to racing. If you're new to racing, make sure to stop by and see Shannon and Brad at the Fan Education Center, located on the main floor. Also, that's a place to open a free betting account at hpibet.com to bet on the races on your phone. That's right, on your phone or computer. And what's more, if you bet 100, you get 100. Some conditions do apply. Have a great night of racing and good luck with your Chase the Ace tickets. And welcome down to Paddock 4, race number 1. We're going to kick off our first Wednesday card of racing with a maiden allowance race. 4 3-year-old fillies. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Stretch What do you got?
Well, I've got the 2 as my top selection, and could we? I'll take 7 to 5 all day long on this horse. There is so many good things about Fingertip. Raced in a stake race in an extremely competitive race. We saw Lipstick Lady yesterday in the stake race run a really good race, got in a duel and hung around. This horse tried to keep up with Lipstick Lady. There is no Lipstick Lady in here. Michael Knott, sharp trainer in the sense of he decided to go in this maiden race instead of the stakes race yesterday where we saw that
Burrowed down,
crushed them, and
wow.
I'm excited to see here. I think this Fingertip is right on the cusp, and I think it's a good move. The horse is going to try to go gate to wire. I like that it's going to try to build up the confidence for this horse. After a win, I for sure it's going to build up the horse's confidence, and then move on, maybe try the stakes races after that. So it's just a smart move, controlling speed. So even if it's not I think it's the best horse, but now you have controlling speed, and when you're the loose speed, we saw what that happens. And so top selection, for me, probably the top selection on the card.
Yeah, I'm with you, Stretch. I like Fingertip too. Great race, beaten by 2 winners. And now against maidens, everything you said I go with. To go with that horse, I like number 5, Miami Souvenirs. This is a horse that the last 3 times it went 5.5 furlongs, was 6 beaten 6, 5th beaten 5, and 5th beaten 5. So it did pass horses in the end. I think it'll like now coming to Assiniboia Downs, does have a work in 38 since that last race. I think it's a bit of a class drop in here. Even though it's going to maiden allowance, this isn't the strongest maiden allowance. So Miami Souvenirs, don't expect it to go to the front, to come off the pace. Jennifer Jordan had a horse on Monday in the last race with Nyrone Austin's first mount. What happened? The horse Ghost Start came from the clouds and mowed him down at 25 to 1. So I'm taking Miami Souvenir for second.
Yeah, I'm wide open on who runs second or third. Just one thing to add on your 5, and just for others to know, that Gulfstream Park race is on the poly track. So they have 2 surfaces now. They no longer run at Calder or Golf Park West. Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Yes. Anyway, so that is on the poly. So watch that symbol in there. And again, it's a wide open for second. My second pick is the 1 in here. Favorite. I like the first start. I think you're going to get a similar trip. I think that Leroy is probably, the jockey is probably thinking, I'll try for the 1 or the 2 horse late. I don't want to get in a duel and see if he can run for second. So it's a lukewarm second selection for me. Who's your third pick there?
Well, another horse I like, number 3, White Rose Spirit. You're getting good odds right now at 10 to 1. This horse was running at Tampa so far early on in the year and made the lead going 7 furlongs on April the 2nd. The first time they put blinkers on and then tired down the lane to be beaten by 8, was just behind the speed going 6 furlongs, sitting mid-pack in a 7-horse field. And then last time out went to Canterbury, but that winner was just too good going 5 furlongs. It won by 12 3/4 lengths, so it was only 4 lengths off of second money. So I see this horse improving, and that was 3-year-olds and up. Now it's against straight 3-year-olds. So a big race by the 3 wouldn't surprise me. What's surprising me now is the 3 to 5 on the 1.
Yeah, it is a little surprising. It is what it is. The last horse we haven't mentioned is the 4 horse. The horse was in special weight in the debutante. It showed something in the first race, and then not a lot in the second. But remember, it's going to be the first start of the year. You never know. It's a small field. It's after the 2. For me, in my opinion, after the 2 horse, it becomes a little bit wide open. It's 20 to 1. If you're a bit of an exactor player and you don't like playing the favorites, that might be somebody to take. But something to consider. I've got a challenge for you today, Kirt. I think
a challenge.
Yeah,
I like challenges.
Let's go. We need.
Does it involve money?
It does.
Even
here
better.
we go. It's something new on Wednesday. We'll start it at least on Wednesdays. We're gonna go show parlay today. See if we can go all the way through. What a parlay is let's do $10.
All right.
$10 on a horse. If it comes in, we let that money
to show.
$10 to show on a horse. If it comes in, we'll bet that in the next race. and go on from there and see see if we can make it through all 7.
Let it ride to race number 7. I love it. I'm with you. All right, let's do our bets here. And you know what? I'm such a nice guy. I'm even going to let you pick first, and we aren't going to pick the same horses.
Correct.
Because anytime I pick yours, I don't do well. Okay, you start off with your bet.
All right, $10 pick 3 wheel. I'm just going to go 2 with the 1, 5, and the 6. So I'm betting a $10 wheel. That's $20. You could put it down to $1, and it'd only be $2. 2 with 1, 5 with 6.
And myself, I'm going a $3 pick 3 wheel. I'm trying to shake things up a little, just trying to maybe get the horse beat from the Invaders. I'm taking a $3 wheel, 2, 3, 5 with 2, 5 with 6 for a $1 ticket, $6. My ticket of $3 is worth $18. Okay, Stretch, who is your show horse?
My show, since I get first, you're letting me take my top selection, and hopefully I get through here. $10 to show on the 2.
All right, myself, I'm going to go $10 to show on number 5. Miami Souvenirs. We're going to start things off.
Oh, of course. You aim for a home run. Start it
Well,
off early.
you know, it's a short field. It's not going to be that much, but I think I got this one covered. All right, good luck with all your wagers here in race number 1, and we'll see you back for race 2. The horses are on the track for race number 1. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $16,000. Number 1 is Favorite, owned by Shelley Brown, B&J Stable, Oslin Bell, and Steve Holborn, trained by Shelley Brown with Leroy Nelson. Number 2 is Fingertip, owned by A2 Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Jorge Carreño. Number 3 is White Rose Spirit, owned and trained by Shelley Brown, Praven Badgery aboard. The 4 is Diamini, owned by Bill Michael and Windancer Stable, trained by Winnie Anderson with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Rounding out the field is number 5, Miami Souvenirs, owned by Andy Stronach, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Nyrone Austin. Post time for race number 1 in 3 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Right, we're going 5.5 for maidens, horses that have not won a race in their lives. I'm going to start with the 2 horse. I think you've got the controlling speed. I think she's a talented filly sitting on a win. Big effort today. Controlling speed. We've seen when they get the controlling speed, these horses go gate to wire. My second selection is the second choice, unfortunately, and that's the 1 Favorite. Won't be the favorite. Should stalk on the rail and come up late. So I've got it 2-1-3. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, my top selection is the same, Fingertip. A great race in the Electric Fever Stake race. Against winners last time, now against maidens. And Fingertip, I think, is also the speed. But I like number 5, Miami Souvenirs, coming from Gulfstream. This horse has some good sprint races, no early speed, but comes with a rush. And I also like the other Invader, number 3, White Rose Spirit, coming by way of Tampa and Canterbury. This is one that could chase around Fingertip. So I like 2, 5, and 3. Good luck here in race 1.
Post time!
Favorite leads the 3-year-old filly maidens into the starting gate. Next up, Fingertip. From the middle, White Rose Spirit goes in. Now just 2 left to load. Diamini. And just waiting on Miami Souvenirs. Diamini a little fractious in the gate. She settles. They're at the post and they're off. From the inside, that's Fingertip quickly, assuming command of the lead. On the inside, Favorite is close up today. Hard-ridden Diamini on the outside. Another length and a half back, White Rose Spirit, and another 2 to the early trailer, Miami Souvenirs, who's about 6 off the lead. The opening quarter, a pedestrian 23-4, as Fingertip still with the advantage by a length. To the outside, Diamini in an all-out drive. Coming up the rail, Favorite, making a bold move. Miami Souvenirs eating up ground from last, now into second, and White Rose Spirit is moving up also and going for the rail. They hit the head of the lane, and it's Fingertip widening the margin to 5. Miami Souvenirs battling for second with Favorite on the inside, but this is all Fingertip. Gonna win this one by 5. Miami Souvenirs and Favorite. Noses on the wire. 4th is gonna go to White Rose Spirit. The stewards have posted number 2 Fingertip as your race winner. A photograph has been called to determine the place position. They went the opening quarter in 23-4. The half, 47-4. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 106-3. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 1, that's number 2, Fingertip. Fingertip is a Gray-Roan filly, 3 years old, by Straight Fire, out of the mare Vintage Breeze by Medagliadoro. Owned by A2 Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault, and ridden unofficial victory by Jorge Carreño. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 106-3. Results of the photo show number 5, Miami Souvenirs, finishing second. Third goes to number 1, Favorite, and 4th to number 3, White Rose Spirit. Race 1's official in the upcoming second race. There are no changes. Post time for race number 2, 18 minutes away. As I mentioned earlier, ladies and gentlemen, this is your ultimate ASD Ace place, which raises money for the Final Furlong organization that helps find good homes for retired racehorses. You can not only win by picking the jackpot Ace of Diamonds, but you win $100 if you pick either Joker and $25 for every other card. Tickets are just $5 each and available in the lobby. And take note that Final Furlong coffee mugs are also available for a minimum $10 donation at guest services. Just a note about smoking, ladies and gentlemen. A City of Winnipeg bylaw requires there is no smoking on the tarmac in front of the grandstand, but there are 2 special smoking areas that are available. One to the south of the tarmac and the other to the north by the paddock. Your cooperation is greatly appreciated. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 2. You got maidens going at it again. 3-year-olds, this time the boys. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs, stretch, fingertips, much the best in the first.
Yeah, it's expected. There's no big surprise controlling speed. And
Yeah, definitely. Jorge Carreno slowed down that first quarter. It was in 23 and 4. And then when he stepped it up, he ended up widening. But Miami Souvenirs ran a really big race from last, getting into the fray and hanging on for the photo.
Yeah, that's a good trip note. Something to make aware of that, because he was trailing and it did make the big move. Needed the race, clearly.
Definitely off since March.
Yeah, something to make note. Probably win his maiden very soon.
Okay, off to race 2.
Okay, so unfortunately we're on the favorite again, and this one's not it's not as strong a favorite as I liked in that last race. I think the 5, it looks best on paper, but this one I think could get beat. And so I'll start with the good things here. The horse has the figures coming from Turfway Park, and then came here and had a poor, kind of steadied at the break, made a rail move, kept coming, and then flattened a little bit late. But it was a nice race. Stormy Summit was from, do you remember what track? The horse had been running. I know the horse had been running somewhere. So it hadn't had a layoff. And this horse, like I said, came to the horse and then just got tired late. The jockey had to rush up after that start. So right away, that cost the horse some lengths there. So that is my top selection. And then go ahead. How about if you can add to it if you want, Kirt?
Yeah, Livery Man. This horse just walked out of the gates and rushed, made the move, flattened out really late. If the horse gets out of the gate sharp with everybody else this time around, instead of dead last in a 10-horse field, I think they aren't going to beat it. But another horse I like in here, number 2, looking at Arlo. Currently 9-1 on the board. Probably go off as the longest shot in the end, or close to it. But this horse was absolutely hammered out of the gate by a horse on the inside. He was forced, the jockey, Dwight Lewis, was forced to stand up, take hold of his horse, and was back by almost 20 lengths. Did make a little bit of a rush in the middle, but the race was well over by then. They were only going 5/8 of a mile. This horse can get out of the gate today and run much better. We seen a horse the other day do that. He's the chairman with a terrible break getting smashed. He ended up sticking around for third money against a couple of big favorites that ended up running 1-2 yesterday. So looking at Arlo, if you're looking for a long shot to throw in there, this might just be it.
Yeah, and you look at 4 of the 6 have only had the 1 start, and we've talked about, well, there can be easily improvements. I landed on the 1 as my second selection, and the horse has only had 1 start this year, nice tightener, was wide throughout, and that's what I basically liked about that horse, and it was, the horse kept coming, so that was the biggest thing. It was, I just liked thinking that the horse is going to improve, gallop out. I watched this race, the horse after the wire, and still had enough stamina left. Now you get that extra half a furlong. I think that's going to make a big difference. We saw in the first race the 5 make a move. I think that's what the 1 is going to try to do in here.
Yeah, I agree with you there. This horse did need a little bit more distance. Number 3, Zippin' to Impress, did show speed last time out. Better Make That 2 was an easy winner. And then Barely Regal and Daddy's Rare Edition, they ran 1-2 in their next start, which was yesterday in the first race. So that was a tough dash for Zippin' to Impress to be in. They ran on the same day as Strong Belief and Livery Man, and the time was actually just a little bit faster than that they went. So Zippin' to Impress, definitely another one that can get a big shot in here. Let's go to our wagers here in race number 2. Stretch, start us off.
Okay, so yesterday I had a $20 exactor box and managed to cash. It's not as confident, so I've reduced the bet. So that's where you have to always kind of reduce it. So it's just a $10 exactor box, 1 and 5. Either one of them can win.
And myself, I'm going after the triactor. I'm taking the 5 on top with a long shot. The 2 looking at Arlo for second with the 1 and 3. That one's $10, and then I'm taking the 5 on top again with the 1-3 for second and the 2 for third. That is also $10. You can do those tickets for $1. It'll cost you $4 for each one. 2 and 2. Good luck with all your weight. Oh, our show bets.
Parlor, yes.
Oh, we made a whole 50 cents each in the last.
It was a good confidence build. Good confidence
but
builder.
We're still
going. You get first pick.
Oh, I get first. Well, I gotta go livery man. Yeah, I'll go to him.
Okay,
I think he's the winner.
That's fair. My second choice, I'm gonna go the 10. I'm gonna go 10 show on the 1. It's gonna be my selection. So let's see if we can go 2 for 2.
All right. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 2, and we'll see you back for race 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering with that pool just under $55,000. Horses are on the track for race number 2. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $16,000. Number 1 is Strong Belief, owned by Shelley Brown, Anderson Livestock Stable, and the estate of Harvey Warner, trained by Shelley Brown with Leroy Nelson. Number 2 is Looking at Arlo, owned and trained by Shelley Brown, Dwight Lewis aboard. Number 3 is Zippin' to Impress, owned by Canvasback Farms, trained by Carl Anderson with Praven Badry. Number 4 is Steep Rock, owned by WRA Ventures, Hillside Farms, Right Attitude, Anderson Livestock, and the estate of Harvey Warner, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Antonio Whitehall. Number 5 is Livery Man, owned and trained by Ryan DeJarles, Stanley Chady Jr. aboard. Rounding out the field is number 6, Get Up Early, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Blair Miller with Jorge Carreño. Post time for race number 2 in 5 minutes. And as always, we have the HPPA Manitoba Best Turned Out Horse. And in this race, it's number 4, Steep Rock. That's number 4, Steep Rock, the HPPA Manitoba Best Turned Out Horse.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Right in the first, we had the maiden fillies going. Now we got the boys going maidens. 5.5 furlongs. Top pick is the 5 in here for me. The horse had a bit of a troubled trip last time. First start over here at ASD. I think that's going to help him improve. After it always takes a bit to get around. My other horse that ends up to be the favorite, I'm not a big fan of the value there, is the 1. I think this horse is going to improve. Had the first start, only second lifetime start. That's when the horses really start to improve. So I'll call it 5-1-3.
Yeah, Stretch, I also like the 5 Livery Man. Real slow start, made a huge middle move, and then tired just inside the 16th pole. I think this horse will be nice and tightened up for this start, and if it does make the lead easy, could be long gone. My long bomb in here is a 2-horse looking at Arlo. Had no chance last time out. Got absolutely crunched out of the gate. This is a Florida bred, so watch out for improvement today at 21-1. I'm taking 5 and 2. Good luck here in race 2. Strong Belief is the first 3-year-old maiden in the starting gate. Next up, Looking at Arlo. Zipping to Impress, the next one to step in. Next up, Steep Rock. Steep Rock will get a little help from the gate crew. Now just 2 left to load. Livery Man, the current even money favorite. And just waiting on Get Up Early to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the middle of the track, Steep Rock away well to the outside. Get Up Early. In between horses, Livery Man now engages the leaders and goes on and takes the lead by nose. Settled back in 4th. That's Zipping to Impress. Then about 10 lengths back to Strong Belief. And Looking at Arlo will be the trailer. The opening quarter, 23 seconds. Livery Man on the inside. Get Up Early. Putting on the pressure to the outside. 2 more lengths back. That's going to be Zipping to Impress. On the rails, Steep Rock. Getting into gear, Strong Belief. And Looking at Arlo is way back as they hit the head of the lane. The half, 47 seconds, and Livery Man has opened up the lead by 4. To the inside, Strong Belief has the best late run, but inside the 16th pole, they're not gonna catch him. Livery Man is gonna get it done. Strong Belief second best. Third's gonna go to Steep Rock, and 4th to Zipping to Impress. The stewards are posted number 5, Livery Man, as your race winner. Second goes to number 1, Strong Belief. Third to number 4, Steep Rock. And 4th to number 3, Zipping to Impress. They went the opening quarter, 23 seconds. The half, 47 seconds. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 106 and 2. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 2, that's number 5, Livery Man. Livery Man is a dark bear brown gelding, 3 years old, by Mishawish, out of the mare Secret Chords by Sharp Humor. Owned and trained by Ryan DeJarlis, and ridden to victory by Stanley Chady Jr. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 106 and 2. Race 2's official in the upcoming third race, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering, the carryover just under $55,000. Number 3 Suede will run on first time lay 6. Number 7 Victoriaville will not run on lay 6. Once again in race number 3 Suede will run on lay 6. Number 7 Victoriaville will not run on lay 6. Jackpot High 5 wagering here in race 3. They go to post in 17 minutes. Are you new to Assiniboia Downs? Check out the 140 VLTs on the second level. They're open all day, every day from 10 a.m. until 1 a.m. This is the first leg of the 20-cent wager called the Jackpot Pick 5 coming up here in race 3. If your ticket is the only correct one, picking the winners of races 3 to 7, you win the whole jackpot, which is currently just under $55,000. When there's more than one winner, a consolation is paid out, and the jackpot keeps growing. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 3. We're going to kick off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering with a $5,000 claimer for fillies, mares 3 and up that are maidens going the 5.5 furlongs. Stretch race 2. Liveryman got out of the gate well today and battled on the lead and took off.
Yeah, like you said, just had to get out a little bit better, and we knew the horse kind of had the staying power, the figures to keep going, and the others were going to fade. And then the one closed late was a lot too far back, but didn't get out as well as needed to be there, but showed good gallop out. Interesting that, as you like to play the trifecta, I know you didn't get it, but for $1, it paid $56.
Yeah.
And so you go first choice, second choice, and then you only had a few other horses to choose from.
And we've seen that a lot over the first 6 days of racing and into today and the 7th day.
Yeah, for sure. So don't give up on the trifecta when it's a small field. So I'm going to land on the 6 as the top selection. I thought this horse actually would have been paying a little bit less, so I'm very happy at the 9-5 price. Ran a really good race last time out. Was out in the 8 hole. Ended up getting disqualified. Kind of cut a few horses off, but that's okay. at least she's game, and there's no fear there with other horses around. Ran nice early speed. There's not a lot of other speed. You know, the 2 does have some speed, but there's not a lot of staying power. So I think if the horse runs the same kind of way, if has to press, that's fine. And this basically inherit the lead if needed. So similar effort makes her the winner.
Yeah, I'm with you. So far, the first 2 winners, both favorites, and both went to the front end. Zenhai's going to go off as a favorite also. Well, not for sure, but I think so. But Zenhai ran such a huge race last time out. Was beaten by a horse that came from Fauner Park, dropping in from the maiden 10 ranks. And if it runs a similar race, definitely this is the one to beat. But I'm going to number 1, Sins and Wins as my second choice. They didn't run on Lasix last time out. And when just before all that action happened where Zenhai came over and caused a chain reaction of 3 horses to give Don't Blame Coco a lot of grief in the race. Don't Blame Coco broke out of the gate and kind of pushed Sins and Wins onto the turn where it had to take hold and then angle back onto the racetrack just past the extension arm from the chute. But Sins and Wins finished with a lot of horse at the end, and we're seeing horses being able to close late on the racetrack. In the last race, we've seen Strong Belief, and in the first race, Miami Souvenirs came from last to get second and hang on with a big wide move. So I like Sins and Wins to be a late rallier to get a piece.
Yeah, that's my second selection, and happens to be almost the co-long shot of the field. After that, like I said, those 6 in the ASD Live when you listen to it or if you missed it, I mentioned the 6 was my top selection, and then it was kind of a guess after that. 1 ended up, I knew we'd get some value. I went to the 3, a first-time starter. And I like the key here is the horse was at Lone Star Park back in Texas. And steady works. I think the horse is going to be in good shape. Jerry's got a lot of horses. He's going to put the horse where he thinks he can win. And that's basically why I've got the 3 in there. Another long shot, 20-1.
Yeah, runs on Lasix. The dad narrative was a maiden. The mom made $178K. This is the first foal. And the mom was really routing turf going long, but did win on the dirt early on. Wits Memories, the other firster. The dad, Penitent Man, had 8 wins as only a sprinter, made $180K. And the mom, Queen's Memory, a 6-time maiden, and that's a first foal also. My third selection was number 5, Zebo. This horse had some good races down in Phoenix and Golden Gate, showing speed in those starts. The best race was third beat in 3 3/4 and that was out of the 10 hole that day, but that was 2019, been off quite a while. But the workouts look all right on this one. They're definitely good, 50-2, 37-2, and 37. They're not on the slow side for our racetrack, so I'm giving Zebo a shot. Let's go to our wagers here in race number 3. And it's always pick 5 times Stretch. What do you have?
Yeah, I didn't play. It's a small ticket today. I don't know if it's going to get the jackpot. Probably not, but it could pay well. I keyed the 6 in this race. I then took a chance, keyed the 7 in the fourth race. I took only 1 and 8 in the fifth race. I took a bunch, as you can see, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, and then
more in the last.
My favorite bet is all in the last. I don't have to sweat it out.
And myself, I have the 6 in this race, then 4, 5, 7, 8, then race 5, the 1 and 2, then the 1, 4, 5, 7, 9, rounded out by the 1, 2, 6, 11. Stretch your pick this time around. Our shows are still alive.
Yes, I get first pick. I'll make it easy. I'm up to $14 to show on the 6.
And I'm up to a whopping 11 to show on number 1, Sins and Wins.
It will be a lot higher now.
Good luck with all your wagers here in race 3, and we'll be back for race 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 3. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $9,400. Number 1 is Sins and Wins, owned by Bill Michael and Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Winnie Anderson with Praven Badri. Number 2 is Don't Blame Coco, owned by A2 Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 3 is Suede, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Siobhan Bell. Number 4 is Witt's Memories, owned by Catherine Ursel, trained by Carl Anderson with Chavi and Chow. Number 5 is Zebo, owned and trained by Bill Mooney, Ronald Alley in the saddle. Number 6 is Zen High, owned by Kyle Hebert and Silver D Stable, trained by Shelley Brown with Leroy Nelson. Rounding out the field is number 7, Victoriaville, owned by Blair Kidd and Boss Baby Racing, trained by Blair Kidd, Arthur Badu in the saddle. Jackpot Pick 5 wagering starts right here in race 3. They go to post in 5 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, Maiden Filly's going 5.5 furlongs. It's going to be Catch Me If You Can on the 6th. Really good first race to start the year. That's the one to go for. You're not going to get a lot of value. Who's your long shot? Well, I'll give you the long shot on the 1 horse at 24-1. Trouble Trip. I think this horse is going to improve. Maybe Belated Rally coming late because that's what she likes to do. So I'm going to go 6-1-3. The firster is the 3 horse. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, not a lot to add here. So far, first 2 winners, big favorites, all one on the front end, and this one's going to try and do the same thing. And the 6 looks like the speed of the race should open up on the field. His race to lose. I also like the 1 Sins and Wins, but the 2 Don't Blame Coco got in a world of trouble last time out. So with a smoother trip, that's why this horse is sitting at 7-2 on the board. But I'm with Stretch. I'm taking the 6 with the late rallying 1. Good luck here in race 3. time. Sinson wins, the first to find her spot on the inside. Next in, Don't Blame Coco. Suede, one of the two first-time starters, steps in. Wits Memories, the other first-time starter, set to go in. Wits Memories is going to get some help from the gate crew. Next up, Zebo. Now just two left to load. The 3 to 5 favorite Zenhai set to move in. And now just waiting on Victoriaville to the outside. Zenhai low fractious. Victoriaville is going to load with outrider Arthur Badil. Once Victoriaville is in, he'll climb back aboard. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the outside, Zenhai flashes that early speed. Showing speed on the inside. Sins and wins. Settles in second. Don't Blame Coco back to third. To the outside, Zebo in fourth. 3 wide, Victoriaville in fifth. A gap of 6 lengths back to Suede. And the early trailer will be Wits Memories. About 10 off the lead. The opening quarter, 23 and 3. Zenhai with the advantage now by 2 lengths. Taking hold with Sins and Wins in second. Back to third, Zebo. Fourth on the outside, that's Victoriaville. Then it's Don't Blame Coco, and rallying from the back, Suede. They hit the head of the lane, and it's Zenhai with the lead by 3. Sins and Wins, not giving up, and the main danger in here, Zenhai at the 16th pole, is just going to prove to be too good. Zenhai, the favorite, gets it done. Sins and Wins second best. Third's going to go to Victoriaville. And fourth to Zebo. The stewards have posted number 6, Zenhai, as your race winner. Second goes to number 1, Sins and Wins. Third to number 7, Victoriaville. And fourth to number 5, Zabel. They went the opening quarter 23-3, the half 47-3. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 107-4. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. A rider's objection in the running of race 3.
Objection!
Ladies and gentlemen, Craven Badgery aboard number 1, Sins and Wins, has claimed interference against the unofficial winner, number 6, Zenhai, and jockey Leroy Nelson. Rider's objection, 1 on 6. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 3, that's number 6, Zenhai. Zenhai is a dark bear brown filly, 4 years old, by XI, out of the mare Zanzera by Medegliadoro. Owned by Kyle Hebert and Silver D Stable, trained by Shelley Brown, and ridden to unofficial victory by Leroy Nelson. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 107-4. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, rider's objection here in race number 3, 1 on 6. Ladies and gentlemen, after reviewing the films, the stewards have disallowed the claim of foul. 6, 1, 7, and 5 will become official. Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the television monitors is the objection tape from race number 3. Pay special attention to the 2 horses. On the right of your screen in front, the objection was 1 on 6. The 1's in red, the 6 is in black. You can let it roll from here. This is the North Tower head-on shot. And this is where he does claim foul. Once again, the head-on shot, the 1 and the 6 right here. And in the stewart's decision, no change was warranted. In the upcoming 4th race, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering, number 2 Latat, make the jockey Dwight Lewis. That's in this 4th race, number 2 Latat, the jockey Dwight Lewis. Turning your program to race number 5, scratch number 9 Skyview. That's race number 5, scratch the 9 Skyview. Turning your program to race number 6, number 4 Shootin' Money, make the jockey Chavi and Chow. That's race number 6, number 4 Shootin' Money, the jockey Chavi and Chow. Turning your program to race number 7, number 7 Jovial Destiny, the owner should read Glenda Frank. That's the owner on number 7 Jovial Destiny, Glenda Frank. $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here. In race number 4, they go to post in 15 minutes. Well, besides the excitement of racing, big events will be staged at the Downs this summer, including the Canada Day Fireworks and Festival on July 1st. After that, it's the Gulping Horse Ultimate Beverage Festival on July 16th, and on August the 6th, the Holly Summer Fest. Go to asdowns.com for more information. And you better hurry, only 10 minutes left to give yourself a chance to go home with over $1,000 in your pocket if you get drawn to play Chase the Ace and pick the Ace of Diamonds. Get your tickets at guest services in the lobby for just $5 right now. And remember, you're helping support Final Furlong that helps find good homes for retired racehorses. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with a $5,000 claimer for 3 and up maidens. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Dwight Lewis is on number 2, Latat. Quick look back at race number 3. Zenhai gets it done, but Sins and Wins runs a big one, and we gave it to everybody at $55.
Yeah, absolutely. We both watched the replay. That was a horse I mentioned in the first to come out to watch, maybe to consider to play, place, or show somewhere in there on the first start. So I watched him extra closely and lived up that showed he was improving. And so it was a great race, great exactor in there. So it was a stone cold exactor. We hopefully a few capitalized on that. So we're moving on into the fourth race. We're in the pick 4. Don't worry about the guarantee. I think it's going to go skyrocket of probably right around the $70,000 mark for sure, just with 38 horses in here. And so I'm going to start with the 7 horse in. I am not going to start with the 7 horse in here because the 7 horse just got
late scratch in here. Late scratch in the 4th race. Scratch number 7, Preach Little Gospel. Once again, a late scratch to report in this 4th race. Scratch number 7, Preach Little Gospel. If you wagered on number 7, Preach Little Gospel, it will be a complete refund. If you use the 7 in your pick 3s or pick 4s, the favorite at post time will be substituted. And pick 5, sorry. If you use it in your pick 4, you still have lots of time to change your ticket if you want to do that, or you will get the favorite at post time. Okay, Stretch, this changes our handicap, and we're like everybody else. Jocks are coming out. Quick handicapping. Here we go.
All right, so I thought the 7 was the speed. Now you got to find the speed. If you look at the 8 horse, which was my second choice, does show speed back at Turf Paradise. So now I'm going to guess that horse is going to be the speed, and that's potentially who's going to win it for me. I don't like taking horses as a key when they move up. So I think you need the 8's my top selection, 5's my other selection, but you pick who you want to talk.
You know what? I like both of those horses too. I'm throwing in another one I like, number 4, Tribal Conference. This horse has been off some time, since 2019, but we just seen Zebo off a long layoff since 2020 for Bill Mooney also. Run a good 4th last race. I would have liked to see him run 3rd because that was my 3rd selection, and that triactor would have paid huge. But Tribal Conference, if it runs that race at Golden Gate, the maiden 8,000, wow, this horse could be something. Might need one, but this isn't the strongest field. So I'm with you on 8 and 5, but I'm adding the 4 in there for second. So I'm 8, 4, 5 right now. Who else do you like? Is there anything else that tickles you? Maybe Spicy Wit, maiden allowance dropper?
Yeah, so that's kind of why we like that last one. The one in the last one was dropping down. It's had some starts. They at least tried one already this year in a very tough race. Didn't show anything. Is the right drop. Maybe to be 3rd or so. Like I said, it's kind of, with the scratch, kind of changes it up. Just briefly back on the 5, I like this race. You liked him last time, thought he could run well, and he did. Coming from Fawner Park, from those 10,000, which are tougher. So,
all right, let's go straight to our wagers here in race number 4. Stretch, pick 4 time. We're gonna have a little adjustment.
Yeah, so let's go this way. We'll switch the 7 to the 8 on my ticket and go 8 with 1 8 with 1 2 5 6 7 10 with 4 5 6 8 10 11. Nice work, Beth. And total ticket 72. I'm hesitant with this scratch because it is what it is right now.
Yeah, and with that scratch, I'm going to put the 4 with the 8. I had 7 and 8, but now I'm going 4 and 8. I'm keying the 1 horse in the second leg. And then I'm going 1, 4, 5, and 7, and rounding it out with 1, 2, 6, and 11. I had the show on the 1 last race. Stretch, well, I'm going to take the chalk in here. I might get 210, maybe 220. I'm taking the 8. So 19 to show on the 8.
Yeah, so I've got the 3 for 3. I've almost got build up 50% of my wager. My show wager is going to go to the 5, my third choice now. So I'll go I'm at $14 to show on the 5.
All right, good luck with all your wagers here in race number 4, and we'll see you back for race 5. Number 4, they're going to go 5.5 furlongs for a person $9,400. There's the outrider with a good snag on number 1, Black Shadow. Black Shadow is owned by Too Old to Dance stable. Port in this, a 4th race, scratch number 1, Black Shadow. Just given to me. Late scratch here in the 4th race. Scratch the 1, Black Shadow. Number 2 is Latat, owned by Blair Kidd and Boss Baby Racing, trained by Blair Kidd with Dwight Lewis. Number 3 is Spicy Wit, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Siobhan Bell. Number 4 is Tribal Conference, owned and trained by Bill Mooney, Ronald Alley aboard. Number 5 is King Wit, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Chavi and Chow. Number 6 is Spice Force, owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Winnie Anderson with Lionel Camacho Flores. Number 7, Preach a Little Gospel, was also a late scratch. Number 8 is Hannigan, owned by A2 Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Alt with Jorge Carreño. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, with the late scratches of the 1 and 7, for those of you who used either of those horses in your pick 3s or pick 4s or pick 5s, the favorite at post time will be substituted. If you bet on Win Play Show, Exactor, Quinella, Triactor, it will be a complete refund. Late scratches in this, the 4th race, scratch the 1, Black Shadow, and the 7, Preach a Little Gospel. Post time for race number 4 in 2 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Here we go. We are first leg of the pick 4. A bunch of changes. The 7 being scratched in the paddock has thrown me for a bit of a loop. So I'll go to my second selection, and that's the 8 is the big favorite. Could show the speed, making the drop in class back to where he belongs. That's the top selection. The 5 is my closer that ran a nice race at this level. The horse I am going to quickly add here is the 3, Spicy Wit. Showed speed at the special weight level, which is higher. Broke last and then rushed up. So I'm going to go 8-5-3. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 8, Hannigan, after that scratch. But 2 to 5 is really real short odds in here. I also like number 4, Tribal Conference. Yes, has been off a long time. Bill Moody ran one off a big layoff in the last race, ran a good 4th, and King Wit ran a stellar race last time out, stalked the leader, fell back, came back on and battled for 2nd. I'm 8, 4, and 5. Good luck here in race 4.
It's post time!
Attack, the first one to enter the starting gate. Next up, Spicy Wit. Tribal Conference set to go in. Now Kingwit's turn. Tribal Conference a little fractious in the gate. 2 left to load. Spies Force. And now just waiting on the huge 1-5 favorite, Hannigan, and we'll be all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Breaking slow was Tribal Conference. From the inside, Spicy Wit and Hannigan. Both of these two ready to lock horns on the front end. Settled back in third is King Wit. Recovering nicely, Tribal Conference. It's going to be 7 of it. Then right behind that is Spies Force and the early trailer Latat, about a dozen off of it. 23 seconds the opening quarter, and now Hannigan will take over the lead and open up by 3. Back to second, Spicy Wit. Coming up the rail, King Wit has some run at these leaders. Then still 5 more back to Spies Force, Latat and Tribal Conference. They hit the head of the lane, and it's all Hannigan. All by himself in cruise control. He's now up by 9. The battle is on for second between King Wit and Spicy Wit, but Hannigan is going to win it. Second is going to be King Wit, then it's going to be Spicy Wit, and fourth is going to go to Spice Force. The Stewarts will post to number 8, Hannigan, as your race winner. Second goes to number 5, King Wit. Third to number 3, Spicy Wit. And fourth to number 6, Spies Force. They went the opening quarter in 23, the half in 47. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 106. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 4, that's number 8, Hannigan. Hannigan is a chestnut gelding, 3 years old, by Mastery. Out of the mare Batala by Smart Strike. Owned by ASD Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault, and ridden to victory by Jorge Carreño. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 106. Congratulations goes out to trainer Michael Nault and jockey Jorge Carreño, who team up for the double. 2 wins for trainer Michael Nault and jockey Jorge Carreño. In the upcoming 5th race, scratch number 9, Skyview. That's in this 5th race, scratch number 9, Skyview. Post time for race number 5 in 19 minutes. And be sure to check out our new player portal at asdowns.com. All the information you need on ASD Live Racing in one convenient place. Watch live racing access, free online ASD programs, expert selections, and more. Scan the QR code on the player portal ad in your program to go there now. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 4, we had a claim to report. Claim for $5,000 was your race winner, number 8, Hannigan, claimed by B&J Stable trainer Shelley Brown. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 5, kicking off the late pick 3 with a $5,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that aren't on 4 lifers. They're going 5.5 furlongs. Scratch number 9, Skyview. Quick look back at race number 4. 4 favorites in a row, all with speed and all getting it done.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a bit of a scramble in that race when you get a scratch and it's your horse. You have to just kind of re-handicap. Don't just go by your picks. It ended up that both of our second picks ended up coming in, but that's not always the case. 108,000 in the pick 4. Appreciate the support. I know probably everybody's alive, but there's lots of legs, 3 legs to go, big fields. It can change in a heartbeat of suddenly the payout comes up.
No doubt about it. These are getting tougher and tougher as we go along. Who do you like in race 5?
Okay, so we're going to start with we both have the same pick again. That's fine. The one horse is coming from Turf Paradise, has some really good racing lines in here, especially 2 back before it moved up to a higher level. Got the lead and just crushed the field. And so that's the one that really kind of jumped out at me. And then I watched the next race and the horse was wide, pressing outside and got tired, a little tougher condition. You have to remember speed horses, when they're used early, I don't worry that much about how they finish because they're going to just get tired. And that's where you can get some value on it. Too many people look at how they finished, and it's not how it started and got in the duel. So that's my top selection, the one.
Yeah, it's mine too. This horse is the predominant speed of the race. Number 5, Zig, and number 6, Bayall, both will bring speed to the race also. But I think the one is the speed of the speed. My second choice is number 2, Don't Get Smart. Here's another one of those replay horses. Steadied early on, not huge, as this horse is a router and a rallier, but it was late down the lane. This horse was absolutely stopped by a horse that was backing up through the pack and was 6 beaten 5.5 in the end. Now gets an extra half a furlong to run at. I think this horse will just get better with that. So I like number 2, and I love the odds right now, 10-1.
Yeah, no, that was a good one. I actually forgot about the checking and had to rewatch it after the show. So good point. That's why you handicap together. My second selection here is the 8. I like the first race. That was a tough and a fast run race in there against Fox Appeal, as mentioned on ASD Live. I think the horse is going to run a little bit better today. Had the start over the track, and Jerry's starting to heat up. He's getting a bunch of wins, and the horse is running even better. And Javian Chow is 2 yesterday,
yep,
correct?
2 wins.
2 wins, and a couple great rides, absolutely. So it's easy to make that combination my second pick.
Yeah, another horse I like, number 3, back in that action, was a winner last time out when Storm Squall, the speed of the race, ended up packing it in late and back in that action just rolled on by for an easy win. That was in the non-3 condition, but the way the horse did it, it's going to be a perfect running style and a stalking roll, so a big shot at top 3.
For sure, for sure. As we're saying, we're talking about many horses. No big favorite in this race at all. So it is kind of a wide open race. We know the 6 is going to show some speed.
See, but that's what I was going to touch on is the 6 horse. This horse was always run and gun, and it ran such a good race coming off the pace as the favorite last year on August the 18th. That was the only time that the horse came off the pace, and I said, wow, okay, now this is what they're going to start to do. If they get an easy lead, they're going to take it. If not, just sit back and pounce. They never did that. First time out, outside post position, tried. Now Ronaldo Cumberbatch hops aboard. I would not be surprised if this horse is in a stalking role today.
Good call. Good call. A great point, too, post 10. So, and certainly would have needed the start. And so that's what you have to watch. The price is a little low for me. I'm not a big fan
Yeah,
of
it's
the
definitely
3.
low. This horse is always bet right around the 3-1, if not when it was the favorite in the non-3 lifer.
Exactly.
What about the 10 Kick a Little Booty? First time Lasix on the outside. Brent Rymack unleashes one this year. Last year, he had a great start to the year.
Yeah, and a great point on the 10. Fits the condition. The horse cannot be claimed. Same thing as a couple of the horses this year have already won from dropping into the 5. They basically get a free couple starts there, and that's what this horse is. If you look at some of these stake races, you weren't going to beat Miss Imperial at all. Nobody really beat her here. So that's a good one to add for sure.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race 5. Stretch, start us off.
Okay, so today's in this race, we're going to go. We're taking the bet here. We'll just wait for it to go up on the screen.
Well, since
how about you? How about you go with your bet first?
How about I do it? I'm going to go to number 2. Don't Get Smart. I'm going to put 5 win on the 2 and 10 place on the 2. Just for $15, I want to bet a long shot in here, a deep closer, and watch this horse fly late.
I like it. Good bet. Yeah, and I decided to. I thought I had it down to the 2 horses, but I do like your 2. I took 1 and 8 in first and second with all, so anybody can come in the third. And then, as you called it, I wedged the all in between, so I went 1-8 with all with 1-8. Total bet is $28. Each bet is $14.
Okay, and our shows are alive, and it's your turn to pick. Where are you going?
Oh, I've got it down to a couple. This is one of those tricky ones. I am going to go with the 1.
The 1, Thrills Legacy. Myself, I'm up to $20, and I'm going 20 to show on the 2.
Whoa, here we go.
And
now we're starting to build it up.
It's kind of an open play because I had 20 to show on it earlier, but if I made it this far, this is the horse I wanted, and I'm going to get it, and that's how much I'm up to from my starting with $10. So 20 to show on number 2. Don't Get Smart. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 5, and we'll see you back for race 6. Horse on the track for race number 5. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $9,700. Number 1 is Thrills Legacy, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Courtney Ross with Neville Stevenson. Number 2 is Don't Get Smart, owned by Roy Feedy, trained by Shelley Brown with Dwight Lewis. Number 3 is Back in That Action, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is Shell Phone, owned by Andy Stronach, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Siobhan Bell. Number 5 is Zig, owned by Too Old to Dance Stable, trained by Lee Delaron with Braven Badry. Number 6 is Buy All, owned by Shelley Brown, Oslin Bell, the estate of Harvey Warner, Jay Jackson, and Anderson Livestock Stable, trained by Shelley Brown with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 7 is Tough Enough to Start, owned by Tom Payne and Elton Dickey, trained by Elton Dickey with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 8 is Landry Kyle, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Chavi and Chow. Number 9, Skyview is Scratched. Number 10 is Kick a Little Booty, owned by Brent and Heather Rymack, trained by Brent Rymack with Jorge Carreño. Post time for race number 5 in 4 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Here we go, 5,000 claimers that haven't won 4 races lifetime, going 5.5. If you're not at the track, you might not know, but it's raining out there. Won't affect this race, but maybe later on. My top selection here is the 1 horse. Won't be the favorite. They've got other ones. This horse is coming from Turf Paradise, has the speed on the rail, might just break well and not look back. So it's a matter of the break. This horse gets out, watch out. My second selection is the 8 at 8-1, which I really like. He'll sit off the pace and try to close late. So I've got it 1-8-3.
Yeah, Stretch, I also like the 1 Thrills Legacy. I think this horse is the speed of the speed. Has a big race 2 outs ago where it easily went wire to wire at Turf Paradise and then showed speed in the last. But I also like number 2, Don't Get Smart. This horse won't be anywhere close to the lead. Watch for this one to come flying at him late. So I'm 1-2 here in race number 5. Good luck. And the winning ticket in Winnipeg's Ultimate Chase the Ace is ticket number 0149. That's winning ticket number in Chase the Ace 0149. You have 5 minutes to report to guest services on the main floor, South End. time. Thrills Legacy, the Kirt 2-1 choice, steps into the starting gate. Don't Get Smart is the next one in. Back in that action, quickly finds her spot. Now Shell Phone's turn. Zig will be the next one to go in from the middle. Bio ready to go in. Tough Enough to Start walks in. Quick load. 2 left to go. Landry Kyle. And now just waiting on Kick a Little Booty. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the middle of the track, that's Bayall showing some speed, but Thrills Legacy. Guns on by, takes the lead by half a length. Bayall to the outside, in between horses, Shell Phone. Going 3 wide, Tough Enough to Start, Kick a Little Booty to her outside, in between horses, Landry Kyle. Moving up is back in that action, and Zig, and 4 more lengths back to the trailer, Don't Get Smart. The opening quarter, 23 seconds, and it's Bayall with a 3/4 length lead. Thrills Legacy on the inside. Shell Phone sitting close in third, trying to make up ground. Back in that action. Then it's going to be on the outside, Kick a Little Booty. They hit the head of the lane. On the inside, Thrills Legacy battles back, but Bayall is not done yet. These two nose to nose coming to the 16th pole. Bayall now has a neck advantage. Thrills Legacy back to second. Back in that action, a late drive, but Bayall's gonna take it. Thrills Legacy looked like it hung on for second. Third went to back in that action, close for fourth. Results of the photo show number 1, Thrills Legacy, finishing second. Third goes to number 3, back in that action. And fourth, to number 4, Shell Phone. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 5, that's number 6, By All. By All is a bay mare, 5 years old, by Adios Charlie, out of the mare Bell Harbor Baby, by Belong to Me. Owned by Shelley Brown, Oslin Bell, the estate of Harvey Warner, Jay Jackson, and Anderson Livestock Stable, trained by Shelley Brown, and ridden to victory by Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 106 and 4. In the upcoming 6th race, number 4, Shootin' Money, make the jockey Chavi and Chow. Once again in this 6th race, number 4, Shootin' Money, will now be ridden by Chavi and Chow. Late double wagering starts right here in race 6. They go to post in 20 minutes. All Canada Day is coming up soon, and we've got a great event planned. The Canada Day Fireworks and Festival, featuring live entertainment, beer gardens, kids' activities, food trucks, local artisans, and of course, a spectacular fireworks display by Campfire Pyrotechnics. Admission is $10 with 5 and under free. This is one event you won't want to miss. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 6. We have an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for the boys 3 and up. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Number 4, Shooting Money. Make the jockey Chavi and Chow. A look back at race number 5. Bayall, great ride by Ronaldo Cumberbatch, sitting just behind and overtaking down the lane.
Yeah, you made a good comment that the horse has been coming off the pace. The horse was wide last time. I guess the problem is I know that horse from the past, and so you got to get caught up on what the horse had done for the past, but the training has helped to...
Which was a lot of seconditis.
Yeah, and so I don't like taking those horses. The public was right.
Definitely.
Yeah, and beat our one at the wire there.
And my Don't Get Smart, the top 3 stayed all the way around the racetrack, so it's kind of tough when you're sitting in 9th trying to make up ground on those speed horses. Okay, race number 6, is it going to be speed again? It's been speed in the first 5 races. Is it going to go again?
I guess we're going to find out now. Some of them were standouts, as you said in the past, is like it wouldn't have mattered what bias it was because some of them were just
much the best.
So I'm going to start on the 1 horse. There we go. Jake's found my selection. Lots to like on this horse. I like the 1 start over the track. Didn't break overly well, and this horse is usually close to the pace. And so to actually close ground on a 5 furlong race is impressive. Yes, there was some speed and it backed up a bit that helped a bit, but a couple of those races, those 2 races at Turf Paradise on April 4th and March 22nd are solid races. Run back to those and this horse is going to be tough for sure.
Yeah, no doubt about that, Stretch. I really like this. And this horse closed gangbusters, but Eddie Forever had the inside trip and got it done. I like Wicked Fortitude also. I also like number 5, Golden Eyed. Sat just off the pace and then pressured on the outside, took the lead, and then got caught by the 7 horse, maybe sometime, who rallied from the back of the field to go on by. I think today Golden Eyed won't be caught up in the speed so early. I think it'll be a little bit later. He'll still be stalking. So Golden Eyed, I think, has a really good shot and an unbelievably 12-1.
Yeah, no, good. Yeah, what's a nice race, and I commented, this is my 3rd selection, is that the horse moved a little early and then just got tired late. So I think a little bit patient ride, the horse is going to do well. I came up, after really handicapping this race, I decided to go to the 2 horse in here, Soul Freedom. I felt that this horse would be on or near the lead. I think I'm going to get a nice price, 6-1. That's the fair price there. Coming from Woodbine, I mentioned on the show that Woodbine horses have done well this year. So I'm going to jump on board a little bit here and ride that train. I just like some of those races in there. Doesn't have to have the lead. And it does have some steady works over it, going some 5 furlong works. So I really do like that. So it's not new surroundings here. That's my 2nd selection.
Yeah, another horse I like for 3rd, number 4, Shooting Money. Battled it out every step of the way and then was caught late. Golden Eyed went by and maybe sometime really late. But the way the track is playing right now, if the 2 maybe doesn't take to the dirt in here, the 4 is going to be one of the inside speed horses. Midnight Salute did show speed last time out, but usually doesn't. So Shooting Money might get away on these, and that's what I'm worried about. Chavi and Chow picking up the mountain here, and this horse's best races are on the front end and won early last year after it came here from Golden Gate.
Agree with you, and that was my concern when I was trying to figure out which horses. That horse was absolutely in the mix. I did have that horse in the pick 4 and pick 5. Unfortunately, I didn't take the favorite in the last race, and so I'm out of that. One horse I'll mention who is now the favorite at 3, co-favorite is the 6. This horse has some back class and is always in the money. So last year, 6 starts, 6 in the money, and even at ASD, it's just incredible percentages of how often it is, and even at the distance, 5 of 6. I would think maybe needs one, but if you look at last year, was very competitive in the allowance field. So I don't think the horse should be 3-1, but the horse has talent.
Yeah, there's no doubt. This is a lot different than the first level allowances last year. compared to the horses in it this year. How about a couple of horses that can reverse their form from poor outings last time out? The 8 Majestic Street. This horse showed speed every time at Turf Paradise, and plain and simply didn't run a jump first time out.
Yeah, you're going to get a big price. 25 to 1 was bet down to 8 to 1. And the thing is, you're right. So a speed horse that doesn't get out has lost all chance, and so now might get out.
And what about the 9-horse Ride 'em? Here's a horse that came off a win and was bet down as the less than 2 to 1 favorite. And another one that just didn't show anything at all and ran dead last. This one definitely should improve off of that, but I just don't know what happened last time.
Yeah, you don't want to. This is where you can get some long shots or some prices. You especially will get some long shots and prices when somebody makes a large wager on a horse, which has just happened on the 1.
Yeah, 1 to 9. That had to be about 5,000-6,000.
You're almost right on the money. And
since there's 10 in the pool, just under.
Yeah, so somebody's liking it. Maybe they're jumping on board with our picks since we've been so good today.
Oh, there we go.
Not. Maybe not.
And 2 other horses we didn't talk about in here. The 7, maybe sometime, the 10 Fair Challenge. Both of them are the same running style. Both closers came from last in their fields, got up to win. Fair Challenge was for 5,000. Maybe sometime was in this condition. Well, I took a closer last race, and it wasn't a closer race at all. It was the 3 speed horses running around the track, and it's been all speed today. Can these horses maybe get up and turn the tables?
Well, see, and that's the interesting thing. I think people have to pay attention to how the track is. Yes, it sometimes changes, but they're already up against it. We saw with your 2 in the last race. So you can't just assume the bias is suddenly going to change. At least you're getting good value, but I think that's where a lot of people don't adjust during the races by watching what's happening on the track. So can they get up? If it was a fairer track, I would say yes. I don't know about today.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 6. Stretch, start us off.
Okay, so this is one. Now, I didn't know somebody was going to put $5,000 on the 1, but I'll still keep the bet. Maybe there's been the nice thing is the pools have been getting over 40,000, so that price is going to come up. But
lots of money to come in.
Lots of money. So I'm going to go $20 to win on the 1, $40 to place on the 1 because that's what I like to do. And my show parlay is still going from the original $10. It's now up to $34. I added a few change that I saved on the ones that I didn't up it. So $34 to show on the 1. So I'm right across on the 1. I'm all in on the 1.
All right, myself, I'm going after the late daily double. I'm taking 1, 4, 5 in here. And then in the last race, 1, 2, 6, 11. A $1 ticket will cost you $12. I'm betting a $2 one for 24. The cleaner is going to pick up my ticket in the show parlay there as I am out. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 6, and we'll see you back for race 7. The horse on the track for race number 6, they're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $14,700. Number 1 is Wicked Fortitude, owned by Garth Grider and Violetta Adamchuk, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 2 is Soul Freedom, owned by Bill Michael and Wind Answer Stable, trained by Winnie Anderson with Ronald Alley. Number 3 is Midnight Salute, owned by Shelley Brown, Steve Holborn, Christina Bell, and Dean Brown, trained by Shelley Brown with Leroy Nelson. Number 4 is Shootin' Money, owned by Wind Answer Stable, trained by Winnie Anderson with Chavi and Chow. Number 5 is Golden Eyed, owned by Bonnie McCrory and Gary Danielson, trained by Gary Danielson with Praven Badri. Number 6 is McKeg, owned by Nirco Limited, trained by Carl Anderson with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 7 is Maybe Sometime, owned by Wendy Anderson and Rob McDonald, trained by Wendy Anderson with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 8 is Majestic Street, owned by John Gannett, trained by Jerry Brown with Antonio Whitehall. Number 9 is Ride 'em, owned by My Three Nieces Stable, trained by Mike Taphorn with Neville Stevenson. Rounding out the field is number 10, Fair Challenge, owned by Deb Buffalo, trained by Martin Buffalo with Lionel Camacho Flores. Pull time for race number 6 in 2 minutes. And ladies and gentlemen, in tonight's Chase the Ace, Wilson D went to the board and selected the 3 of hearts and won $25. So the jackpot keeps growing in Winnipeg's ultimate Chase the Ace.
Here we go, a competitive field. Don't go by the odds, the one horse at 1 to 5. It's not very good value. Somebody has made about a $5,000 win wager. Good luck to them. That is my top selection. I think this horse is going to be well positioned along the rail and just make the move late if the speed backs up. We'll need a bit of a trip, but Carino, the jockey, can do that. I'll give you a long shot at 17 to 1, and that's Soul Freedom. I'm hoping this horse is going to get on the lead. The rail's been not too bad and go gate to wire or try to steal it from my top selection. I'll go 1, 2, and 5.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on Wicked Fortitude. What a big rally last time out from the back of the field and couldn't catch the winner, but the top jock, Jorge Carreño, does jump on with Jared Brown, and they got quite a win clip together. My second selection is number 5, Golden Eyed. Was used up a little early last time out. I expect more of a stalking roll and a big shot to win at a big price. I'm 1 and 5. Good luck here in race 6. Wicked Fortitude, and Soul Freedom. The first to enter the starting gate. Next up, Shooting Money. Golden Eyed ready to move in. McKegg's turn. Maybe sometime halfway in. Majestic Street ready to find his spot. Next up, Ride 'em. Now just 2 left to load. On the outside, Fair Challenge. And just waiting on Midnight Salute. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Breaking a little slow was Midnight Salute. Hustled hard early on the inside. That's Shooting Money. In between horses, McKegg right up there in second. Majestic Street showing speed. Ride 'em is going 4 wide. Now on the outside, Fair Challenge is settled back in 5th. Hugging the rail, that's going to be Soul Freedom. Back to your early trailers, that's going to be Golden Eyed and Maybe Sometime. The opening quarter, 23 seconds. Shooting Money with the lead. Majestic Street putting on the pressure. Wicked Fortitude making a 3 wide bid. Ride 'em's going to go 4 wide as they hit the head of the lane. And it's still Shooting Money with the lead. Wicked Fortitude is on the outside in between horses. Now scooting through is Fair Challenge. Fair Challenge has the lead. A late bid is not going to get there. Golden Eyed, but the winner is going to be Fair Challenge. Golden Eyed for second, and third went to Wicked Fortitude. Stewards have requested a photograph to determine the winning horse. They went the opening quarter in 23 seconds. The half, 47 seconds. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 105 4. Also, the photos show the winner number 10, Fair Challenge. Second goes to number 5, Golden Eyed. Third to number 1, Wicked Fortitude. And fourth to number 8, Majestic Street. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 6, that's number 10, Fair Challenge. Fair Challenge is a big gelding, 6 years old by Coyle, out of the mare Yun Fun by Event of the Year. Owned by Deb Buffalo, trained by Barton Buffalo, and ridden to victory by Lionel Camacho Flores. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 105-4. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th race. Number 7, Jovial Destiny. The owner should read Glenda Frank. Once again in the upcoming 7th race, number 7, Jovial Destiny. The owner should read Glenda Frank. Jackpot High 5 wagering here in race 7. They go to post in 18 minutes. Well, after the final race, be sure to head up to the clubhouse where our popular Crazy Hour kicks in with beer, shots, and wine for just $3.95, as well as half-price appetizers, plus 140 VLTs ready for action until 1 a.m. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 7. We have a $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Number 7, Jovial Destiny. The owner, Glenda Frank. Look back at race number 6. The closers finally getting there. Fair Challenge, great rally up the inside. And as I was saying to you, Stretch, I wasn't sure it was Fair Challenge, as they were 6 across the track at the head of the lane and looking at their faces.
Yeah, it was a very, very good race call. For people that don't know, Kirt chats with me in here, does the picks, and then makes the call. And then he's got to memorize the horses. So that race, he had, about a minute to memorize 10 horses in the dark. So he gets full credit. He's working all the time. I just kind of sit here and look at that and pick some odds and go from there. So
and grab a sandwich.
grab a sandwich. Full credit on the race call. Good.
What a great race.
Great
Golden
race.
Eyes ran huge. Wicked Fortitude was a halfway in the parking lot.
Yeah. Broke slow again on the rail.
That's where everybody else came in the inside, and great finish once again. All right, we got 11 of them going to post stretch. What's going to happen in here?
So what do you need, 35 seconds to memorize because of that extra horse? Yeah. Okay, here we go.
As they're all covered in mud.
Well, we'll be quick so you can get a few minutes to look at that. I'm going to, okay, tough race, wide open race. Great race to finish off the 3-day week. And I'm going to start with the 4-horse. Thanks, Jake, finding it. It's a lukewarm selection. I went by what the horse did last year. Does have some nice figures, got all the way up to 5,000. Actually beat Hot Roddin at 5.5 furlongs last year. This is such a tough race. I don't have a strong opinion on anybody, but I'm giving you a 6-1 shot on a few different angles. My figures from last year are there, so I'll stick with 4 as my top selection.
Yeah, we definitely know who the speed is in here. That's number 6, Hot Roddin. He has all the early gas. I just didn't like his race last time. I did put him in second, as the track has been playing a speed. That was the only closer getting it done tonight. And Monday was a fast racetrack, and there was 6 wire-to-wire winners until the last race where the closers were able to get there. But Hot Roddin could take it all the way. But I went to number 11, Bumble Elgato. I had a 15-1 morning line, 7-2 on the board right now. This horse was a winner at first asking in a stalking role, came back to run a really good race in the non-4 lifetime, then went a mile, didn't like that against Allowance Company, then opened 7,500, ran an even race after showing speed, but then ran a really good race in one that had no early speed. Look at that first quarter, 23-2, and ran another good one. And Mike Taphorn has had his horses ready. That's why I thought this was a great long shot. So Bumble Elgato, don't expect it to be close to the lead. I'm thinking he's 6 or 7 off of it and coming to make a late rally.
Yep, no, that's more than fair. I went with an angle that I like to use horses in what position they usually finish in. The 10 horse has 10 thirds. He's the number 10, and it's 10 minutes to post time. Anyway, a bit of a stalker, can run evenly.
Are you alluding to a show bet since you're still alive?
Still alive in the show bet. You have to wait and see.
Okay.
I think this horse can hang around. We're getting a 9-2. I need higher odds than that. This is such a tough race. The payouts are going to be, I think, pretty good on the trifecta and everything. So
yeah, another horse to look at, number 2, Simple Man. Look at those workouts in Turf Paradise. 45-4, 45-1. Yes, Turf Paradise is a real fast racetrack, but still, those are absolutely stellar. Comes to Assiniboia Downs, works a half mile in 50-4, which probably would have been a Turf Paradise 48-4 breezing. But Simple Man, this is maybe one to take a look at. Courtney Ross, Praven Badri teaming up.
Yeah, I like that. You pointed that out. I had that horse marked, and then listening to the show with you or discussing it, you convinced me that I've moved the 2 up. I'll stick with my picks, but I think that's a nice added pick that you've got to use in there. I'll just add one more here, and that's the 5, Otani. A nice first start out, just ran evenly. This is one of these horses that could potentially just turn it around. Maybe it isn't a winning type, but could end up in the money and is 6-1. But certainly, look at the board. The favorite right now is 7-2 or $9.
And another one is number 1, Witt's Dollar Night, draws the inside. Here's a horse that had second-itis last year, had 1 win, 6, but had 16 starts. Guaranteed this horse needed some time off in the middle. Elton Dickey, he's started out the meet in good fashion. He has a couple of wins. He got one last night, but he's been hitting the board with a lot of them and having them ready. Witt's Dollar Night, not a bad sprinter, will be in a stalking role on the inside. So he's another one you could throw in. The 2 route horses in here, 3 Honor Road and the 9 Swagsational. I'm just tabbing both of these once they go a little bit farther.
Yeah, I'm with you for sure.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 7. Stretch, start us off.
Okay, we knew we were going with the show parlay, but I'm going to just go a simple small bet to finish off the week. I'm not going to just throw darts and to try to figure something out. Simply 20 to place on the 4.
We might as well get your show parlay bet. You have $54 on the line.
Yes, so why not? If I like the 4 to place, I must like the horse to show. So here we go. It started at $10 in race number 1. We're going 54 show on the 4. If I win, it's going to be a nice night. If not, I lost the $10 that I started with.
And myself, I'm going after Bumble Elgato on the outside, and I'm going after a Triactor. I'm taking him on top with the 1-2-4-5-6, with the 1-2-4-5-6. That'll cost you $20. And then I'm putting him in the middle, making the wedge. I'm putting 1-2-4-5-6 on top with the 11 for second with the 1-2-4-5-6. That's also 20. So my bet together is $40. Thanks for joining us this evening, and join us again Monday, 6:45 Central for ASD Live. Horse on the track for race number 7. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $12,000. Number 1 is Witt's Dollar Night, owned by DLK Racing Stable, trained by Elton Dickey with Ronald Alley. Number 2 is Simple Man, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Courtney Ross, with Praven Badri. Number 3 is Honor Road, owned and trained by Tiffany Husbands, Siobhan Bellabord. The 4 is Warbridge, owned by Quinny Racing, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr., with Leroy Nelson. Number 5 is Otani, owned by 666 Ranch, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr., with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 6 is Hot Rodden, owned and trained by Maria Stanford, Neville Stevenson in the saddle. Number 7 is Jovial Destiny, owned by Glenda Frank, trained by Lee Delaron, with Sheldon Chickadas. Number 8 is Senior Blair, owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, with Antonio Whitehall. Number 9 is Swagsational, owned by Stacey Brecky and Bill Mooney, trained by Bill Mooney, with Arthur Badu. Number 10 is Fulkerson, owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, with Chavi and Chow. And rounding out the field is number 11, Bumble El Gato, owned by My Three Nieces Stable, trained by Mike Taphorn, with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Jackpot High Five wagering here in race 7. They go to post in 2 minutes.
Here we go, last race of the 3-day racing meet. Tough race to finish it off. 5.5 furlongs, 11 horses to go. I selected 4 as my top selection. It's not my strongest on the card. I think this horse runs well. Fresh, should get a nice trip. My figures have this horse in the right spot. The horse to catch is going to be the 6, Hot Rodden. Needs to improve off that last effort. Should be on the front end and go as fast and as far as he can go. Catch him if you can, but I'm going to go 4, 6, and 10. Kirt?
Yeah, I agree with you, Stretch, that Hot Rodden's the one to catch in here and could be loose on the front end. But I went to number 11, Bumble El Gato. There's another horse that wins early on and showed some really good races last year. Don't expect it to be so far back, maybe 6 lengths off the lead, but what he does possess is a good kick down the lane. Ronaldo Cumberbatch hops on board the 11 hole, not worried about that. Maybe take a look at Simple Man at 16-1. Awesome, powerful works at Turf Paradise. Good luck here in race 7. Wits Dollar will be the first enter the starting gate for the nightcap. Simple Man will be the next to go in. On a road next to walk up and in. Warbridge's turn. Otani set to find his spot. Hot Rodden goes in. Jovial Destiny's turn. Senior Blair steps up. Swagsational goes in. Now just 2 left to load. On a road, Fractious in the starting gate. And now just waiting on Bumble Elgato to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, that's going to be On a Road and Warbridge. Showing speed with Hot Rodden. Out there, 3 wide. Settled in behind Simple Man and Otani. Making a 3 wide bid. That's going to be Fulkerson and Bumble Elgato to the far outside. 4 more lengths back is Senior Blair. Swagsational is to the back, and Jovial Destiny can see them all. 23-1 in the opening quarter, 3 across the track. On the inside, On a Road, Warbridge in between horses. Making a 3 wide bid, that's Simple Man. At 22-1 now, taking the lead by a nose. On a Road is fighting back on the inside. In between horses, Warbridge trying to make a late rally. Bumble Elgato. Simple Man is pouring it on inside the 16th pole and is going to win by 3. Second best is Warbridge. Third is going to go to Senior Blair. Fourth to Bumble Elgato. And fifth to Fulkerson. The Stewart's opposed to number 2, Simple Man, as your race winner. Second goes to number 4, Warbridge. A photograph was called to determine the show position. They went the opening quarter in 23-1, the half in 47 seconds. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 105-4. Results of the photo show number 8, Senior Blair, finishing third. Fourth goes to number 11, Bumble Elgato, and fifth to number 10, Fulkerson. Now entering the winner's enclosure. The unofficial winner here in race 7, that's number 2, Simple Man. Simple Man is a dark bay or brown gelding, 10 years old, by More Than Ready, out of the mare 5 Nickels by Quiet American. Owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Courtney Ross, and ridden to victory by Praven Badry. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 105 4. Well, now let's head up to the clubhouse to enjoy Crazy Hour on the second level. Beer, shots, and wine just $3.95, and half-price appetizers. Racing resumes next Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday at 7:30. See you then. But now let's head to the clubhouse for Crazy Hour.